Day one of competition at Glasgow 2026, the 23rd Commonwealth Games, and the opening day of artistic gymnastics competition taking place at the arena. We are about to bring you the conclusion of the men's team final. It's already begun with two subdivisions taking place earlier on in the day, but now the top-ranked teams, of which Scotland is one, so it's going to get a little noisy here, they will be taking to the competition floor to see who can surpass the score that India have produced. That's the leading mark so far that everyone will be trying to get beyond. More on that in due course as we go through Subdivision 3. This also is individual qualification along with the team final. And again, I will cover what all of that entails on a case-by-case basis for the gymnasts that we're about to see. 6 teams are about to take to the competition floor. We're using a 5-4-3 system. 5 gymnasts are in the team. 4 will compete on each apparatus. 3 scores will count. So there is the option of a discarded score should the teams put 4 gymnasts up. They don't have to put 4 up on each rotation. There are 6 rotations in all. But ultimately, 18 individual scores will count across the 6 men's apparatus. The teams are waiting in the wings. At the last edition of the Games in Birmingham, it was gold for the host nation, for England. Will there be Scottish joy this time in Glasgow at the arena? Time to discover, time for team competition. Good luck to all of these Commonwealth member associations. And welcome to all of you, wherever it is you are watching from. Great to have your company at the arena on day one of Glasgow 2026. And yes, there is a little sporting rivalry between England and Scotland. Even more fun then that they're paired together. They'll be working their way from floor through to the horizontal bar. More on how it works in a moment, but first, here are the teams. Cyprus, bronze medalist last time. They boast in their ranks Marios Yuriou, who has been the European all-around champion. Real contenders. Proud to be wearing the green and gold. It's Australia. They will go after Cyprus, so they'll always be in the second half of the rotation. Jessie Moore, the reigning Oceania champion, in their ranks. 6th in 2022. Team Wales, they have the reigning Northern European all-around champion in Joe Kemlin-Jones. And they got his dad in the crowd. Hello, Jim. Big contenders here. This is a seriously strong team. Team Canada boasting in their ranks Felix Dolce, the first Canadian man to win the Pan American All-Around Championship. Team England, the champions from 2022. And they have got the reigning three-time consecutive European champion on floor, Luke Whitehouse. What a moment this is for Team Scotland. They were 5th in 2022. Can they get back on the podium? Ruben Ward is the reigning two-time consecutive all-around champion of Scotland. Well, 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 we have got a terrific crop of gymnasts. It's the team final in men's competition. So 6 teams in all. We have 6 rotations, but the reality is it will feel like a series of half rotations because we'll always have Cyprus going first, then they will give way to Australia. We'll have a warm-up in between the last Cypriot gymnast and the first Australian gymnast. So Cyprus and Australia will start on the rings. That will favour a gentleman like Sokratis Pilakouris very well. Not the easiest thing to start on the pommel horse, but maybe nice to get it out of the way. Wales will always go first. We'll then have Canada, so the Canadians will always be in the second half of the rotation. There's a lot of excitement about Team Canada here, with just cause. And England and Scotland, traditional sporting rivals. The English will always start. The Scottish will then take over in the second half of the rotation. So once again, 5-4-3 is the system, 5 gymnasts in the squad. Maximum 4 will perform as a maximum 3 scores must count. Welcome one and all, wherever you're watching the action from. Whoever you're supporting, Ollie Hogben here with Blythe Lawrence alongside me. And I'm not going to even dare to ask you who you think is going to win this, because this is wide open.
It is, but historically, England and Canada in 10 editions of gymnastics at the Commonwealth Games have never been off the podium. So history favors those two nations. That being said, it's been Well, a long time since the last Commonwealth Games in gymnastics, in sporting years, and a lot has changed. One of the things that has changed for Australia has been the maturing of their leader, Jesse Moore. He leads a very strong team that also has some very promising newcomers. Canada, meanwhile, has 3 Olympians and 2 newcomers. They are led by Felix Dolci and William Aymar. And of course, we cannot forget the host nation, Scotland. They are hyper motivated for this competition.
Well, that's cleared nothing up then. And that's
Absolutely
how we want
nothing.
it. That's how we want it. We hope you're really excited about what is to follow. And we're delighted to have your company at the friendly games in the friendliest of cities. Those of you who are new to watching gymnastics, let's do a little housekeeping. Difficulty plus execution is how we get the score. Difficulty starts from 0, works upwards. It's a positive evaluation. Everything the gymnast does that is a credited move, a listed move, they'll get marks for. Execution starts from 10 and works downwards. Any error from perfect form is a deduction. So it's 1 that goes up, 1 that goes down. Add it together, you've got a total. And if only it were that simple. It's more intricate than that, and we'll cover it as we go through. All of these gymnasts are also going for individual qualification. The men's team final. We start with Adam Tobin, a youth Olympian representing Team England.
A highly experienced gymnast to lead off the English in their quest to get back onto the Commonwealth Games podium. Lovely 3.5 twist second pass. It looked like he might have put a toe out of bounds on the landing of his first pass, but we will wait and see. If he did, it will be a 1/10 of a point penalty. And once more, we see a little out of bounds. That will be at least another 1/10. It might be 3/10 if the judges have seen both of his feet touch the red area. His twisting work is very efficient. And apart from some small bobbles on the landing, this has been very good.
It really is lovely to see Adam Tobin in competition. He's had a lingering shoulder issue for 3 years, but he now feels that everything is finally falling into place at the right time. He's able to be, in his words, a fully fit all-around gymnast at last. He wants to be in the all-around final. We go to Team Cyprus, the bronze medalist from 2022, Yorios Angonas, 23-year-old at his 2nd Commonwealth Games. And he is the reigning all-around champion from the Games of the Small States of Europe.
The Cypriots tend to be very solid on still rings, and he shows us that with just the press to handstand that he opens the routine with. A swinging element straight to handstand is one of the requirements on rings, and his dismount, double twisting, double tuck, nicely handled.
They will finish with Sokratis Pilakouris, who was the silver medalist at the Birmingham 2022 Games on rings 4 years ago. The action's going to come thick and fast in this session. Good luck to Team Wales. 6th 4 years ago. They're yet to get onto the men's team podium. Here is Alexander Niskovianu, the 20-year-old from Cardiff.
He starts off with quick scissor work. He has excellent clearance or hip height above the horse. These circles are very difficult. Intricate hand placement required. He's moving with real confidence. This is polished work.
Oh, and he's just gone at the end.
Oh no. And that might not count as an actual dismount. So he is probably going to have a few words with his coach about whether he's going to get back up and repeat the dismount.
Adam Tobin gets a 12.45 score with 4 penalty tenths. You were eagle-eyed and spotted those, Blythe. Now, Gabriel Langton, who's come into the team for the injured Max Whitlock just before the games. Very good young gymnast, though. Powerful. He's out of bounds, but it's a good start nonetheless.
And that is only going to cost 1/10 of a point in penalty. A twisting side pass. He opts for the double twist. The press to handstand is a requirement on men's floor exercise. Two and a half twist to front layout. Lots of difficulty in the English work on floor. And a beautiful double pike to end the routine.
Well done to 19-year-old Gabriel Langton from the Midlands. Trains at the City of Birmingham club. 12 exactly for Yorios Angonas. Kyriakos Markidis is competing on the rings at the moment.
When it comes to the static strength holds, the gymnasts have to hold that position for at least 2 seconds in order to assure themselves of credit for the difficulty. He's picked up a little bit of swing in the rings before his dismount.
Very composed finish, well done to him. The 20-year-old was honoured as the rising star of Cypriot gymnastics at the National Gymnastics Awards several months ago. Came in for Michalis Isaiah shortly before the start of the games. Must feel good to get that first performance delivered. And delivered well too, 12.95 for Gabriel Langton. Just to give you an idea, 11.6 plus as an average across all of your performances would have you going ahead of India, who are currently in the lead. So well beyond that. Josh Nathan representing England.
How nice to see him back in major international competition. He did well on that front handspring double front opening pass to keep himself in bounds. Front handspring to a front layout with a double twist. And then another front flipping skill out of it. The judges will be paying very strict attention to the landings of all of these tumbling passes. And for every little bobble or step or hop out, there is a deduction associated with the landing. The judges really look at big, little, and small deductions. Big, medium, and small deductions even. The big deductions will cost half a point. The middling ones, 3/10, and just the small ones, a 1/10 of a point.
Such an engrossing team final we've got going on here. England were hugely successful at the Glasgow 2014 games as an entire team across all sports. It was their best games ever. 12.1 for Alexander Niskovianu. I believe he went back onto the apparatus. It looked like it from our position and had to re-attempt his dismount. This is 22-year-old Henry Lewis representing Wales, a two-time gold medalist at the Northern European Championships last year. Massive rugby fan, watches it all the time.
Solid work so far from Henry Lewis. The circle's traveling forwards and backwards across the horse. That's very important for him, and a good dismount.
Well done to Henry Lewis. Amazingly, he didn't actually do all 6 apparatus until he was 12 years old. Started at a leisure centre at the age of 8. He's had a very interesting journey. Didn't he do well there? For Kyriakos Markidis of Cyprus, the score is 11.65. They'll be hoping for a very big score from Pinakouris, who'll be the last to go for them. Buoyant start from Team England on floor. Plenty of bananas, but they haven't slipped up. And they'll find the numbers quite appealing. To 13.1 for Josh Nathan. That's the 3rd best score we've seen so far on floor across the entire day. It may change. Guess what? Here is the runner-up at the World Championships last year and the reigning 3-time consecutive European champion, Luke Whitehouse.
He will show us why with this opening pass. Triple back tuck. In that one line alone, he earns 9/10 of a point in difficulty. And by doing that, he gets almost another full point. World-class tumbling in every single line. This is in the middle of his routine, that front double pike. Many gymnasts open their exercise with that. And a triple twist side pass, almost casual, but so very hard.
In a team final expected to be as close as this, you need your big specialists on key apparatus to deliver big scores. That will be one. Super from Luke Whitehouse. The first athlete representing Great Britain to retain a European apparatus title. Now to another specialist. This will be the only involvement of Sokratis Pilakouris in the team competition, but he's worth every moment if his rings routine goes according to plan. He is brilliant on this apparatus.
He starts off with a Maltese cross, one of the most difficult variations of the iron cross, which is what he displays there. Such a clean, smooth swing to handstand. And it takes tremendous upper body strength to do that planche and to drop it down and hold the Maltese again. But that is going to be a costly error for him. It's a testament to his strength that he was actually able to pull that back into a handstand.
And he's done amazingly to save that and to secure the dismount. But yes, you can see by the reaction, Sokratis Pilakouris had a costly moment there. Incredible that he saved it though, Blythe.
It really is one of the saves of the day.
The Cypriot Dream Team, as they became known after winning the bronze medal in Birmingham. It's 12.2 for Henry Lewis.
You are strong. We are strong.
Let's catch up with Marios Ioriou of Cyprus. His performance on the rings.
The 2024 European all-around champion is one of the great utility players in men's gymnastics. He doesn't really have a weak apparatus. You can put him anywhere and know that he is going to give you a quality score.
And he has 7 Commonwealth Games medals, 2 gold.
He's a finesse gymnast who pays real attention to the smaller details of form. His toes are always pointed, his legs straight and locked out. Double twisting, double tuck.
Marios Ioriou, who brings quality and brings passion to the sport of artistic gymnastics. He's so respected. He's loved by gymnastics fans across the world.
Here's another look at the double twisting, double tuck dismount. 2 flips and 2 complete twists before he lands.
.75. At Birmingham 2022, he wasn't due to compete. He had a shoulder injury, went to support the team, decided he had to give it a go. Teammates told him don't push it. He won 4 medals.
Amazing.
Socrates Pilakouris, oh, it's 12.85. He does get the 1/10 bonus for not moving his feet on the landing, but it isn't what he wanted it to be. The execution is lower than optimal. Meanwhile, let's go to things that are very much optimal. This extraordinary display from European champion thrice in a row, Luke Whitehouse, 14.4. Difficulty score, 6.1. Easily the best score we've seen on floor in the entire competition. Now that takes us to the halfway stage of rotation number 1. We're now going to see the other half of the pairs. So Scotland, Canada and Australia.
It's a big moment for Scotland. They broke into the medals for the first time as a team in 2014 when they won silver. And then 4 years later, they took bronze. And 4 years ago, they were just edged out.
What a way to begin. It's Cameron Lynn, the 23-year-old from Stirling, hugely successful gymnast.
He begins with a double pike. And there's the double twisting, double tuck that we saw at the end of Luke Whitehouse's routine. A very tidy triple twist as a side pass. He's quite efficient in his twisting. Yep, there's the requisite press to handstand that all gymnasts do on floor. Just one more.
Scotland underway. Cameron Lynn, yes. No surprise he's done that, and listen to the noise in the arena. Silver medalist in the all-around competition at the last two Scottish Championships. Anytime you've got a team with this gentleman on it, you've got a chance. Great young gymnast, Felix Dolci. Let's see how he gets on.
Pommel horse is a nice place for the Canadians to start on. It means that they get to end on floor exercise, which is typically one of their biggest strengths. There's a bit of leg separation in Dolci's Vendeswings, but it's not a huge problem. He handles it nicely.
That's great composure, as you'd expect from Felix Dolci. Pan American Games all-around champion. He's been the Pan American champion as well, the national champion, and he has 2 Commonwealth Games medals. Team Canada. Now to an Australian team that were 4th in 2022. Since then, this gentleman has come on in leaps and bounds. This is Jessie Moore, the reigning 3-time Oceania all-around champion.
And what a difference 4 years can make in the life of a gymnast. Jessie Moore was very young in Birmingham in 2022, and since then he has been to the Olympics, he has been to the World Championships, he has really come into his own as a gymnast.
Great start, Jessie Moore, the young man from the Adelaide suburbs. Now we go back to Scotland, and the score for Cameron Lynn is 12.45. It's going to take a long time for this competition to really be clear. Great gymnast, Ruben Ward. Born near Manchester, but representing Scotland, the reigning 2-time consecutive all-around champion.
It's a very difficult combination of skills that he chooses to open up with. He can do it all on floor exercise, the flipping and the twisting. Two and a half twist to a front layout. It looked like his foot slipped a bit on the landing. He's done well to minimize the deduction.
Scotland's Ruben Ward, he follows suit after Cameron Lynn. The saltire flies, the youngsters are thrilled. Now if you're supporting Team Canada, I'm sure many of you are, 12.75 for Felix Dolci. Don't be too worried if they're not right up there after this first rotation. It's very difficult to be a high-scoring team on pommel horse at the start of a team final. If they're solid here, they will start to move up as the competition goes on. Here is another great gymnast, William Emar.
Now that's very interesting because he is going to lose in the neighborhood of half a point because of the way that he stepped down from the pommels on that scissor to handstand. But the key thing here is just not coming off.
It's typical Canadian gymnastics heart. It's typical William Emar, working and working and working.
The expression says it all.
His hero is the one and only Kyle Schufelt for how he dealt with injury. That's a great example to have in life. 13.15, good score for Ruben Ward. Hamish Carter for Team Scotland. Third Commonwealth Games. He won Team Bronze in 2018.
Gymnast who's capable of beautiful work. And how's that for an opening? A stuck double twisting double tuck. This is excellent from Carter. Front layout with a full twist right to a double front in the tuck position. And a gorgeous triple twist side pass. If he keeps going like this, we might see this routine again in the apparatus final.
And then to have the poise and the calmness to hold that Y scale. Here we go, Hamish Carter. Oh gosh, well he held it, he just about held it. It will cost, but yes, it wasn't a catastrophe. He has said that what he wants to communicate as the oldest and most experienced member of the team to the rest of them is be present here, focus on the now, enjoy every minute. 13 for Jesse Moore. Good score.
Let's get it, Ben.
Ben Foster from New South Wales. Commonwealth Games debut for him. Good luck to him. Great young prospect.
That was a very calm front giant. He does a nice job of freezing the swing right in the handstand, which is exactly what you want on still rings. And a full twisting double tuck dismount. It is not a routine that has a lot of difficulty, but he does what he can do really well. And we can expect that the execution score for this is going to be quite good, even if the difficulty is down a bit, say, from what we saw from Cyprus. Thumbs up for William Aymar, not coming off. That is a win for him.
11.4 is his score. Just to remind you that a score can be discarded. The 5-4-3 system. Hamish Carter, 12.8. 4 penalty tenths. Bit of a costly conclusion to that exercise. It was a beautiful thing to watch. So this is the last Scottish gymnast to compete on floor. It's Connor Sullivan, born in Southampton in England, but has been training in Leeds for university. He's out early on.
So we will have a penalty of 0.3 of a point because both feet landed in the red. Clean double pike though.
He has been training with Luke Whitehouse and Harry Hepworth another great Team GB gymnast in Leeds. He says he's learned so much about floor exercise from them, and it's clear in watching the work of this young man who is the British University's all-around champion. Scotland the brave, Scotland the determined, Scotland the women's team getting ready for tomorrow. Jordan Carroll of Canada. This is his moment in the team competition. The 20-year-old, born in Newfoundland, based in Saskatoon, is very much a specialist on this apparatus. He's been the junior Pan American champion. That is a very difficult thing to accomplish.
He actually began as a diver. His mother, Mary, was the Commonwealth Games champion in 1-meter springboard back in 1990. But he decided as a child that gymnastics was the sport for him, and pommel horse has always been his apparatus. This is beautiful work. He makes great use of the sewn type skill, with the arms swinging all the way around. And for a relatively inexperienced athlete on the international stage, he is handling this beautifully.
How beautiful that was. Exquisite gymnastics from Jordan Carroll of Team Canada. And you know what? He does do pommel horse like a diver.
He does, doesn't he? You can see some of the things that would make him an excellent diver come out in his pommel work.
His form is lovely, very fluid and aerodynamic. Ben Foster scores 11.8 on the rings. Well, how was that for a first rotation? There's 5 more to go. Connor Sullivan, 12.35. Glasgow 2026, day 1 of the artistic gymnastics. This is the men's team final. We're at the end of rotation 1 of the last subdivision. This is the business end of an enthralling competition. And what a display from Jordan Carroll. That is the best mark that we've seen so far on the pommel horse. He has just produced a higher score than the Olympic champion Rhys McClenaghan. Not every day that you get to say that you've done something like that. I entirely agree with your response, Jordan Carroll. This is what we know at the moment. It is England in the lead, Canada in second place, Australia in third, Scotland by only 0.2 of a mark are in 4th position. There is a long way to go though. And for Canada, that is a really impressive start considering that they were beginning on pommel horse. Jordan Carroll has played a huge part in that. But if you are supporting Canada right now, I wouldn't say that you can start releasing the helium balloons, but I think you can be excited. Subdivision number 3 of 3. This is the second rotation about to begin. So we are going to have, once again, the gymnasts from England, Wales and Cyprus. We'll always have the nations they're paired with, Scotland, Canada and Australia, in the second half. Well, Blythe, what a fabulous first rotation that was.
Oh my goodness, yes. England off to the races. Canada very strong on pommel horse. Really much of that thanks to the work of Jordan Carroll, who has just announced himself as a fantastic young prospect.
And now the test for England comes in going to the pommel horse. This is where men's team finals can often be decided.
It's definitely going to be a huge test for the English. Floor, like for Canada, is a very good event for them. Pommel horse, they can be great, but as an apparatus, just by nature, it's very iffy.
Team Canada will be hoping for some fine results on rings. They've got some good gymnasts there, very good gymnasts there. And then the Cypriots and the Australians will be vaulting. It's often the case that the teams that are vaulting can push a little bit up the scoreboard. Sometimes the vault scores, or often the vault scores, are a little higher than the other apparatus for gentlemen.
Vault is the only apparatus where the difficulty doesn't come piecemeal by what you do over a 60-second or so routine, but it's just the vault itself, and there is no classification of vault elements. There's simply numbers, difficulty values assigned to each vault.
And if you want to really have some fun, sit down and memorize then. They're all to be found in a big document called the Code of Points. So you can see little diagrams of them if you want some light bedtime reading. It's about 200 pages long.
And to make it even more fun, the vault values change after every Olympics.
England in the lead after the first rotation. Adam Tobin is their gymnast leading off on the pommel horse.
Ambitious beginning, a scissor straight to handstand. And he's into his circles, made more difficult by the fact that he's doing those on one pommel. And once again, this so far very steady. A lot of variety in his work as well.
It makes such a difference to the team in a men's team final if the first pommel horse gymnast goes smoothly through their exercise. It gives everyone a little more breathing space when you know that one score can be discarded. We go over to Team Cyprus at the vaulting table. Yorios Angonas, medical undergraduate at the University of Cyprus.
And this is going to be a double twisting Yurchenko. Well done by Angonas. He'll lose a few tenths of a point for the landing, but in the air, it's very good. Calm, smooth round off onto the table, and then the back handspring pushing off the apparatus and getting himself up into the air with plenty of time to complete that layout and the two twists associated with it. He is going to have, it looks like, a 1/10 of a point penalty for putting his left foot outside the tram lines, the vaulting area.
12.95 is Adam Tobin's pommel horse score. That's a good start for the English team. On they go. The gentleman who started with that rip-roaring 14.4 on floor, it's Luke Whitehouse.
So far, so good for Luke Whitehouse on pommel horse. Wendeschwings at the end. He does 3 of them. That will get him a good amount of difficulty and just a little leg separation on the traveling Wendeschwing. But this is more than competent, and this will be a nice score to add for England.
And now they're in a position of knowing they just need 1 out of the last 2.
They happen to have 2 excellent workers coming up.
13.35 for Yodios Angonas. Let's keep our focus on the Cypriot vault rotation, because here is Marios Yoriou, Commonwealth Games great.
And from him, we expect another double twisting Yurchenko. Terrific, absolutely terrific. That is about as picture perfect as it gets on vault.
You said we expect a double twisting Yurchenko. We got the double twisting Yurchenko.
Exactly so. Look at it in the air. He's so extended. His legs are straight, his knees are locked out, his toes are pointed, and the landing is stuck.
Next up on Wales on the rings is Henry Lewis.
Wales on rings with Henry Lewis.
Starts off by showing an iron cross. And then here's his planche position. Now, ideally, his body would be totally parallel to the floor. And it was a little bit high. His feet just a bit above his shoulders. There's a slight struggle in the giant swing to hold the handstand.
And he's done well to keep that as upright as possible when he comes down to ground. Henry Lewis wants the Welsh fans behind him. The Red Dragon. Luke Whitehouse with a 12.4 score.
Come on, Josh.
Here is a gymnast who knows what to do on this apparatus. Josh Nathan.
Josh Nathan is a fine all-around gymnast, but the standout apparatus with him has always been pommel horse. Really wonderful combination of elements working on the left pommel there. And the Wendeschwings between the pommels, very difficult work because he's doing them between the handles of the apparatus. Lovely. Busnari.
Oh, he's clipped his leg. It was going beautifully, wasn't it?
It really was. And sometimes the most complicated part of that element, where you swing through the handstand, do a pirouette, and come down, is the part where you have to retake the swinging of the flares.
Now, regrettably, Josh Nathan will lose a full mark from his execution score. He's got it back together to claim as many points as possible, because the pommel horse final was a real goal for him. Look at that mark for Marios Yoriou. 9.5 the execution score for his vault, 14 the score. He also picked up the 1/10 bonus for not moving his feet when he landed. Neophytos Kyriakou is due to vault twice to try to get into the vault final. The only vault that matters for the team competition is this one. And it's good.
It's a very nice 1.5 twisting Kasamatsu. He lands forward, so it's what we call a blind landing. Because when you land facing the vault table, you have a couple of seconds in the air to actually spot where you are. You don't get that luxury with this. And that's one of the things that makes it difficult.
He's been a World Cup champion on this apparatus.
The score for Joshua Nathan, 12.9.
The 27-year-old from the Cypriot capital of Nicosia. That is the vault that will count for the team, and it will count well for the team, 13.85. This is due to be a slightly lower level of difficulty vault by 4/10. We'll see if he does what he's indicating, which looks like it's going to be a double twisting Yurchenko, but we'll find out. This is to try to get into the vault final.
A double twisting Yurchenko it is, and it's good. He does lose a couple tenths on the landing for the hop back. Let's take another look at it in the air. He doesn't have the greatest block or push off the table, but he is efficient enough to get it around.
12.9. That's with a full mark lost for a fall. Gives you a sense of how good an exercise that can be for Josh Nathan. So very much advantage to Canada in terms of the pommel horse like-for-like comparison for Team England and Team Canada. Now to Alex Yolshin-Cash, who, by the way, was 5th in the world on this apparatus last year.
That is wonderful. 3 complete Wendeschwings on 1 pommel. That's the first time, I believe, that we have seen that at these Commonwealth Games. And there is a whole load of difficulty associated with that.
And he too has come off. He too, in that routine of such complexity, has lost a full mark. Really unfortunate.
It seemed to be going very well, but a single missed hand placement, or in this case, it looked like the brush of his body against the pommel, can totally take you out of your rhythm. And the next thing you know, you're standing on the ground.
And unfortunately for Alex Yolshin-Cash, that's a second unintentional dismount from the apparatus. He's only 20, it's his debut at the Commonwealth Games. Such a high quality young gymnast. That is the cruelty of this sport. So much ambition in his exercise, such a fine effort, but not quite on this occasion. 13.4, the second vault for Kyriakou. 13.625 average is the third best. Cyprus producing some really nice vaulting. Here's Kyriakos Markidis. Wow, another 1.5 twisting Kasamatsu.
And a really good one at that. It's very clean in the air and very controlled on the landing.
That ball's coming up on the screen now. You see the determination around a half turn on the thrust and then wrapping into the twist, just bringing it all under control. Happens in just a few moments.
12.1, Henry Lewis on rings for Team Wales.
No, I'm all good for now. Thank you.
Just to remind you, the Welsh in 6th position after rotation 1.
Your attention for a moment, please. Just a kind reminder, you would not choose flash on any of your pictures. Thank you.
Kyriakos Markidis, 13.85. And we're going to see Cyprus in a very much improved position at the end of this rotation. He is the reigning vault champion from the Games of the Small States of Europe. He'll be wanting to get into the vault final.
And once more, we are likely to see a double twisting Yurchenko. Kind of made everyone jump with his hop on the landing, but brought it under control very quickly.
Just looked a little jarred, didn't it, as he came to ground?
It might be on this that the ground actually came up and met his feet a little bit faster than he anticipated.
And that completes the first half of the rotation. Serve.
Yes, that's a term sometimes used, isn't it, in gymnastics? The idea that the ground found him more than he found the ground, yeah. Still a very good vault. Elliot Vernon is representing Wales on the rings. Bronze medalist at the Northern European Championships last year.
The iron cross to begin the routine is good, but perhaps not quite held as long as he might have to demonstrate full mastery of it. He's got lovely swinging skills, though. The Jonassen into the Yamawaki, those double fronts in the pike and tuck positions between the rings. But the real highlight of this routine tends to come up at the end. Double front pike.
Ha! That is magical. So graceful.
That's exactly the right word. Still rings can be very graceful. A wonderful sequence and frozen right in the handstand at the end.
He is the Welsh all-around champion. Just sniffs and strolls off as though that were the easiest thing in the world. 11.7. High execution score, 8.6. One feels such sympathy for Alex Yolchin Cash. A 5.4 difficulty score, but the execution only just above 6, so 11.55. .13.5 is the average for Kyriakos Markidis for his vault final prospects. So Cyprus, no surprise that as things stand, they have moved into the lead. They performed really nicely on vault. Now this is going to be intriguing because the Canadians are about to take to the rings and they have got some strong scoring potential on this apparatus. I think the start that Canada made on the pommel horse bodes very well for their prospects. Their last gold medal in the team competition was 20 years ago. Could it all change? The setting is the arena in Glasgow. You're watching the opening day of competition at the Commonwealth Games. And we're so thrilled to have you with us. The great sporting nation of Canada. Excellent in so many areas. Looking to be gymnastics champions in the men's team event. Here's Ethan Ikeda, 18-year-old from British Columbia.
And if you are a fan of men's gymnastics, you will recognize the coach who lifted him to the rings. That is his father, the Canadian great Richard Ikeda, who owns a handful of Commonwealth Games medals himself.
I think he owns 2 handfuls of Commonwealth Games medals.
A drawer full, really. all of his children are gymnasts, and high-level ones at that. And Ethan Ikeda is making a tremendous impression here.
Another graceful piece of work on the rings. That's a good start for the Canadians, better than good, and there we go. There we go. He didn't exactly have a short career, did he, Richard Ikeda?
He was one of the greats in terms of both pommel horse and just career longevity.
It's Ben Foster at the vaulting table.
This is a very simple vault, well performed though. It's going to have a nice execution score, but the difficulty is fairly low. This is the Sukahara style vault. That's based on how he comes onto the table, the quarter turn on, and just a layout and a full twist off.
Does really well to keep that in bounds. That's important.
All right, good.
Ethan Ikeda scores 12.25. His difficulty score, 3.4. But the execution, 8.75, with the 1/10 bonus for the landing. That's maximising what you've got. René Cournoyer, very experienced gymnast.
And we talked about the generalist capabilities of Marius Iorgu of Cyprus. You could say the same for René Cournoyer. Lovely, almost casual Maltese cross. Real complexity, but he makes it look easy. And that's a real mark of mastery on still rings. Dismount, double twisting, double tuck, stand straight up.
This is a real attack on the team event from Canada, as we expected.
They are very well balanced, the Canadians.
Hamish Carter, born in Birmingham, his mother Scottish. He's twice been a European Youth Olympic Festival champion, twice been a Northern European champion.
That's one of the hardest parts of his routine. He's through it cleanly. A lot of work on one pommel. Traveling Wendeschwings. Very steady. He swung this well.
Look at the reaction from the Scottish squad around him. That has energized this building like you wouldn't believe. Ben Foster, 12 and a half.
Come on now. Give it some. Go hold back in.
Now this is scheduled, based on the number on the vault board, to be a handspring with 2 front rotating somersaults in the tuck position from Jessie Moore. Carries a 4.8 difficulty. Oh, it was.
That was excellent from Jessie Moore. We have not seen such a controlled rache yet in this competition. Handspring double front In the tuck position, you're essentially holding the tuck until your feet hit the ground, and he timed that impeccably.
Great score for René Cornoyer, 13.35. And now look upon whom they can call Youth Olympic Games silver medalist on this apparatus in Argentina in 2018, Felix Dolci.
Pulled to a Maltese cross. And once again, terrific strength being showcased by Dolci. The planche really gorgeous and held for an extra second or so. There's his Jonassen, the double pike between the rings.
Very fine from Felix Dolci. There's a likelihood of us having an extremely strong Canadian presence in the individual finals too. And of them having a presence on the team podium as things are going. Hamish Carter, 12.65. He said that when he was selected in 2018, it was the day he realised he was always meant to wear the saltire on his chest. Ruben Ward. He's had a remarkable turnaround from the worst competition of his life at the Scottish Championships in 2024 to being unbeatable for the next 2 years.
This has the potential to be one of the big pommel horse routines of these games. He's such an elegant performer on this apparatus. His hips always positioned so high above the apparatus.
They were already celebrating it. He was still on the apparatus and they knew he was fine. Beautiful from Ruben Ward. Great effort this from the Scottish men's team. It's a 13.9 for Jesse Moore, 9.1 execution score.
Come on, Jimmy.
Australia are going to be hurtling up the leaderboard if they carry on in this fashion. James Hardy. He's due to vault on 2 occasions. 22-year-old. This gentleman is an absolute space and aerospace engineering obsessive. He loves rockets and he can rocket up on the vaulting table as well. A roche from James Hardy. And at this time, I would like to say hello to his mum, Sally, who is watching on from home, who's not been at all well lately. And she's not been able to travel with the team to watch the competition. She always travels. She's got the social media handle Aussie Gym Mum, which tells you a lot about her priorities in life. She's not been able to be here. She's recovering well. And we miss you, Sally, because we love having you at competitions. James Hardy, 13.75.
He's done the team a real solid with the roche. This is just for him.
And what a present he's given himself there. Beautiful.
Oh, yes. Something completely different. That, the Kasamatsu with 1.5 twists and equally well controlled. Great height, efficient twist, and a really nice landing.
My word, Ruben Ward, 14.55. That is exactly the same score as we saw from Jordan Carroll. Two people have now beaten the Olympic champion at the Commonwealth Games. Scotland have given themselves a massive boost. Here's Connor Sullivan.
He too has a really pretty swing. Lovely extension of his whole body, and just a fight to press up to the handstand and get through that dismount.
That is one of the most ridiculously strong fights to get up into handstand I have ever seen.
I think the entire momentum of Scotland sort of helped him as his legs rose there.
That's incredible.
What strength.
Sometimes the phrase used with this sport is that it is gravity defying. That was. Now, if you're Canada, things are going pretty well on rings. Oh, and by the way, here's William Emar, the Pan American champion.
3 strong scores already for the Canadians. So they are looking to drop probably the number of Ethan Ikeda, and Emar can bring them a score that will do that. Jonasson straight to handstand.
Well, that's the end of that. I mean, that's a huge score coming in for William Emar. Bouncing around the living rooms in Canada right now, watching their team performing brilliantly.
What's so impressive about this particular skill is sometimes gymnasts sort of do it in phases. With him, it is one complete looking rotation.
That's the best score we've seen on the rings in the entire competition, 13.85. And James Hardy is the best performer in the Commonwealth so far on vault. Told you he understood aerospace engineering. Just didn't realise he was going to be a rocket himself. Connor Sullivan, 10.7. Glasgow 2026, the Commonwealth Games and the first day of artistic gymnastics competition. This is where we find ourselves after rotation number 2 in the men's team final. The Canadians have gone into the lead, then Australia, then Cyprus. England have dropped down from the lead into 4th place. We always knew that the Australians and the Cypriots had a great chance of moving up because of their vault rotation. Canada delivered, really delivered on the rings.
And now Canada gets the pleasure of going to vault, and it's a very strong apparatus for them.
Let's just take stock of what is to come. Isn't this wonderful entertainment? Team England and Team Scotland will go to the rings. Whether they will be producing, particularly the English team, the sort of huge numbers of Canada, I think is less clear. Scotland will have Pavel Karnayenko, who's very experienced on the apparatus. The Welsh will vault, and then Canada will vault. And as you have said, Blythe, Canada pack a punch on this apparatus. Over on the parallel bars, Cyprus and Australia. And Australia, in the likes of Jesse Moore, have got somebody who can deliver big numbers on the parallel bars. He's a regular World Cup medalist on this apparatus. We are about to go into the third rotation. This is the last subdivision of men's artistic gymnastics, qualification and the team final. We haven't really had the chance to talk much about the all-around final, which takes place in a couple of days' time on day 3 of the games. The top 18 gymnasts, maximum of 2 per Commonwealth member association, they will go into the all-around final. We focused a little on the apparatus qualification, but frankly, this team event has been so exciting. And there, by the way, on the right, is Danusha Francis, an Olympian from Tokyo, represented Jamaica. She is, I think, safe to say, an absolute firm favourite among gymnastics fans.
Oh, yes. And she is here doing arena presentation, helping to energize the crowd, also doing some athlete interviews.
If you need to be energised in life, Danusha Francis will deliver that. She's got just a glorious personality, a vivacious, sunny human being. Glasgow 2026. Gabriel Langton on the first day of artistic gymnastics action will lead off Team England in rotation 3 of 6 in the men's team final. Good luck to him. He came in as a late replacement and he's doing well.
With the level of competition being so high, England is going to need 3 solid routines on still rings. Langton looking very solid so far. He shows the ubiquitous Yonason Yamawaki to handstand combination.
Nice, secure beginning from Team England and Gabriel Langton. He's another who said he really feels as though it's started to come together for him this year. Great to hear. Some nice gymnasts competing on the parallel bars in this rotation. Cyprus first, then Australia. Neophytos Kyriakou.
We're going to see quite an unusual mount from him. This is what's known as a clear hip circle. The hips are going to come into the bar, and then his feet are going to shoot straight towards the ceiling, and he's going to land in a handstand.
That's very challenging, isn't it, in terms of getting the angle exactly right?
Extremely so. But on parallel bars, if you play your physics correctly, you can actually allow the apparatus to do a lot of the work for you. If you are well positioned enough, you will sort of land in a handstand, and the gymnasts learn that through their training.
And he is well positioned at the moment, has a sizable back step, and that was beyond the width of the shoulders, and that's quite key.
Yes. For a small step, the judges will take 1/10 of a point. A rather medium-sized step, 3/10, and then anything shoulder width or longer, 5/10 of a point.
Elliot Vernon, the Welsh all-around champion, will vault.
A very clean Kasamatsu with a full twist. He's able to spot the landing. And that's a solid piece of work for Elliot Vernon. And that back step is the sort of thing that costs 1 or 2 tenths of a point. Nothing major.
Gabriel Langton of Team England picks up a 12.8 score. The English team down into 4th place after the second rotation, having led after rotation 1. We go to Josh Nathan.
He's a gymnast of such finessed execution. Joshua Nathan. With him, you know that you're going to get straight legs, good toe point, great extension of the body.
This is somebody who has been in the top 10 in the world in all-around gymnastics. Well performed. What the English gymnasts probably will not have by comparison to the Canadians is the difficulty score. They may have the execution, but the difficulty very firmly in Canada's favour. Neophytos Kyriakou, 11.15. And that was an example, by the way, of the difficulty being quite low for Kyriakou, 3.1. Kyriakos Markidis, 20. He's the youngest member of the team.
What the Cypriots have are really good fundamentals. They learn the basics or building blocks of the sport very well. And that translates when you get into the higher levels of gymnastics and you start embellishing those basics with more twists, more pirouettes, things like that.
And I would also add to that that they have a team spirit as well that was hugely important to them in Birmingham 4 years ago. Very controlled looking dismount, just had a small landing adjustment. Cyprus in the bronze medal position at the end of the second rotation. 12.25. So there's an example of what I was talking about, execution. Very high for Josh Nathan, 8.95, but the difficulty only just over 3. Luke Whitehouse, next to go for England on the rings.
He begins with a backward roll to an iron cross. And that's the same thing in reverse, a forward roll to the iron cross. But Ollie, you're absolutely right. When we compare the English to the Canadians, they have great execution, lots of finesse, but they don't have the difficulty on rings that comes from those static strength holds. A triple back dismount. What an exclamation point for Luke Whitehouse.
I think Luke Whitehouse just heard us and said, do you want to see a bit of difficulty? It's a triple back.
I'll show you difficulty.
Okay, Luke, point made. Elliot Vernon, 13.15. Henry Lewis. Vault champion at the Northern European Championships last year. Also won bronze at the British Championships last year. This should be very difficult.
This is ambitious.
Now that is the most difficult vault we've seen anyone attempt so far today. The first vault difficulty that starts with a 5.
This is the Dragulescu vault, handspring double front, which we've seen a few times, but he makes it more challenging by doing a half twist out of it. What he doesn't have is the height to get the rotation that he needs to complete it. And it looks like he does get his feet down onto the mat so that they are the first thing that hits. If any body part besides the feet has touched first, the judges are going to give this vault a 0.
He is a graduate of Geography and Environmental Science at Leeds Beckett University. It's 12.9 for Henry Lewis, but a 5.2 difficulty vault, the hardest thing that we've seen so far today. You really do sympathise with him. He will now have a very difficult task to make it into the vault final. That is also the vault that will be registered for the team.
The second vault carries a lower difficulty.
Probably a higher score.
Certainly a higher score. Kasamatsu, 1.5 twists. And it's good to see him do that because that is what he's capable of.
Yes, he's a very accomplished young vaulter, Henry Lewis. You don't get onto the podium at the British Championships without being a really strong vaulter. There's a lot of high difficulty in the British team. 13.15, Luke Whitehouse, that's a good number. It's Adam Tobin on the rings. He's had this shoulder issue that he dealt with for 3 years that has impeded him so much, and now is beyond it. Rings is a real test of it.
He's opened up with a Maltese cross, and there's the iron cross. Each of those iron crosses gets him 0.3 of a point in difficulty. The Maltese, even more so, that's worth 0.4. Really clean swinging sequence, straight up to handstand.
Another example of really making the execution count from Adam Tobin of England. You know, if the English gymnasts do not have the same sort of difficulty as the Canadians, they are throwing everything they have in terms of execution at this rotation. Brilliant. Kyriakos Markidis, 11.85. So it might be that we see Cyprus start to fade away from that third place they are occupying. Because that means they are definitely counting an 11-point-something score. Just seeing a number there for Marios Yuriou in the background of 13.8. That's a rather useful number for Team Cyprus. Yurios Angonas.
There's a tidy front flip to get himself into the routine. And from a difficulty standpoint, this is really going to be good. Notice the way that he swings under the bars, working into those giants. Those underswings are very valuable, as are pirouettes like that. This is beautiful so far.
Very smooth, silky smooth from Yurios Angonas. Well, it may be actually they have a mixed bag, but a more positive one than it looked like on the parallel bars.
So, gymnasts, when you're ready, you'd like to step up onto the podium and you can begin your warm-up now.
That half twisting element is known as a stutz, and he goes into a beautiful diver-like double pike, just a tiny hop on the landing.
And Australia on parallel bars.
Adam Tobin, 13.4. He gets the 1/10th bonus for not moving his feet on the landing. Every 10th may count. Glasgow 2026 and the Commonwealth Games. The first day of play in artistic gymnastics, a 13.2 for Yurios Angonas, putting Cyprus in the lead at the moment in the men's team final, but too early to really extrapolate much. We're midway through rotation 3 as Henry Lewis of Wales scores 13.15. But that's a vault that is for him. That's his vault average, 13.4 for the second vault. His team vault was 12.9. Now we're into the second half of the third rotation. So after this portion of the competition, we'll be at the halfway mark of this last subdivision of the men's team final. And it is becoming very clear that the medals, barring major shocks, will come from this subdivision. And I can tell you at the end of rotation 2, if you do happen to just be joining, that Canada were first, then Australia, then Cyprus. England leading the peloton in 4th position. And now the Canadians will be at the vaulting table.
And Felix Dolci warming up 2 vaults. 2 very different vaults. Vault, an excellent apparatus for Canada. They have the 1-2 punch of Dolci and Aymar, and really on vault it's a 1-2-3 punch when you add in René Cournoyer. We'll also be looking at Ethan Ikeda.
I know there will be many of you watching on supporting Canada, becoming increasingly excited, and supporting Australia, becoming increasingly excited. The Australians are going to take to the parallel bars. They've got some great workers on that apparatus. Case in point right there. Just lurking around is Jessie Moore. He's been a World Cup medalist on the parallel bars, and for those of you who watch the regular season competitions, the World Cups are almost the sort of monthly or near monthly events. You will know that it's very difficult to win a World Cup medal on the parallel bars. The standard is extremely high.
Gymnasts and coaches, that concludes the warm-up period. Let's get this competition back underway. I believe we're going to be focusing on rings first. And now, representing...
He just stands there. The crowd sees him on the big screen and the roars begin for Scotland's Hamish Carter, the most experienced member of the team. Part of the team that won bronze in 2018, one of 2 times that Scotland have been on the men's team podium.
And they should be able to call upon him for a decent score on still rings as well. This is going to set the tone for Scotland on this apparatus. The determination is just emanating from him. A solid swinging sequence. He's fighting not to give anything away.
Oh no! That is so unfortunate. It's reminiscent of the ending he had actually to his floor performance, where he was 99 hundredths of the way there.
He went for the difficulty on that dismount.
This could really see the Canadians pull away. There should be some really good difficulty. Canada just ahead of Australia by half a mark at the end of rotation 2. Here is René Cournoyer. Good vaulter, really reliable gymnast, more than reliable.
This will be the handspring double front, the Rache.
Excellent, excellent from René Cournoyer. Canada are really on track here. 20 years ago, their last gold in the men's team competition.
He can be very pleased with this vault. It's good in the air, but it's the landing that sets it apart.
Hamish Carter, 11.7. Unfortunately, a full mark lost for the issue on the dismount. Ruben Ward, debutant at the Games, and he's produced a stunning pommel horse exercise to go ahead of the reigning Olympic champion.
It's a really good swinging sequence to open up this exercise. He's likely to be a gymnast that relies more on the swinging elements for his difficulty than the strength holds. Fulfills a requirement there. And a gorgeous double twisting, double tuck. That should get the stick bonus. Ruben Ward doing everything he possibly can.
It certainly gets the crowd cheering bonus. To Australia on the parallel bars, and this is a gentleman who was brilliant on vault, James Hardy.
He's begun this routine very well also. That swing known as a moi, named for a French gymnast. Stood straight to handstand and a double pike dismount.
What smoothness. This is a classy gymnast. Getting better and better as well, James Hardy.
Nice work.
The Australians really look like they're doing no holds barred gymnastics here.
Well, he listens to Linkin Park and Metallica before a competition, so gives you a sense of what he likes to feel as he's about to go onto the floor. 13.85 for René Cournoyer. Here we go. Big vault coming from Felix Dulcie. That is the most difficult vault that we have seen so far landed.
All of the stops being pulled out by the Canadians. It's very rare to see a Dulcie Dragulescu, and that's exactly what we get on this momentous night for Canada. Double front, half twist, great landing as well. The Canadians are fired up.
That is a tribute to Mum Hardy, Sally. The pink colours for his mum, who's been recovering from cancer surgery. And as I said before, Sally, we all miss you at competitions. .85 his score.
Go, reload!
The men's team final is gathering pace, and it is wonderful entertainment in the arena just opposite Celtic Park. Here's Ritam Malik, first chance to have a look at this gymnast from Australia.
Australia has nice momentum going here on parallel bars. And speaking of nice momentum, what a beautiful sequence from Ritam Malik to open this exercise. Great Diamidov spinning on one arm into the Stutz and a double pike. Oh! Held on too long, over rotation.
Another example of almost being just bang on. Beautiful gymnastics.
Team, pushing the limits. It's happening now. Come on.
Cracking for Felix Dolce. 14 is the one that counts for the team. 14.2 for himself to make a 14.1, which is the best vault final qualifying score we've seen so far. Basically, it's all good news for Canada. Here's Ethan Ikeda. Very nice, well performed.
But this is the score that Canada is going to drop. He is just in the lineup to make for certain that they have 3 viable scores. They've already gotten them from Cournoyer, Aymar, and Dolce. This is just something extra.
I would say life is looking good for you in a team final if you can drop that.
Come on, Cam.
Ruben Ward, 12.3. Cameron Lynn goes to the rings. Scottish all-around champion a couple of years ago.
The shouts are coming from around the arena, willing him on. Tremendous amounts of encouragement. Good giant to handstand. And a triple back.
And he again was so very close. Goodness, you feel, don't you, such sympathy for the Scottish team here. Ritam Malik, 11.95. I think we'll see a lot more of this young gymnast. He's very high quality. You mentioned high quality, and look who pops up. Jessie Moore.
We're going to see the same clear hip circle mount that we've already seen once or twice from Jessie Moore, with a quarter turn. That gets him up into handstand and into this routine. That's a tidy front flip. He's really taking his time, letting each element set. Wonderful Diamondov, right to a Stutz.
Jessie Moore is one of those gymnasts on the parallel bars who makes you want to hit refresh on your device because you're quite sure the picture's frozen. His handstands are just delightful. And you're right about that sense of him taking his time, being really in control. Ethan Ikeda, 13.1. Yes, that is the discarded Canadian score. There are many teams who competed today who would be putting that one straight in the bank. Cameron Lynn, 11.8. And we'll just catch up on the parallel bars performance of Jessie Moore. And let you know the number, 13.5, the second best score that we've seen on that apparatus. Halfway. Three rotations are done. The Canadians have extended their advantage. They had half a mark of grace over Australia. Now look at it, close to 4 marks. Cyprus just behind the Australians. England just behind the Cypriots. Then a little daylight starting to emerge before Scotland in 5th position. It is very interestingly positioned at the halfway stage of the men's team final on day 1 of gymnastics at Glasgow 2026. Well, time now to look at what's coming up next as we go back to the Cypriot team, and they will be on the horizontal bar, and they've got some quality here in the likes of Marios Yoriou.
Oh yes, he is highly accomplished on this apparatus. He has tremendous amounts of difficulty, big, high-flying, complicated release skills, and he tends to have the consistency on this apparatus as well. It bodes well for the Cypriots.
For the English team, this is their big opportunity to push back up onto the podium. England and Canada have never missed out on the podium in the men's team event at the Commonwealth Games, and you would favour the English here to improve their fortunes.
Certainly.
The Welsh will go to the parallel bars, and the Canadians will also follow. They've got a good advantage of over 3 marks.
Such cohesiveness to this Australian side.
And such a love they feel at representing the colours of one of the world's greatest sporting nations. Well, better to do it there than elsewhere from Marios Yoriou. European champion on the horizontal bar in the same season that he won medals at the Commonwealth Games, 4 medals. Yes, just when it wasn't dramatic enough, let's pop the horizontal bar into play. We have seen, in our time commentating this wonderful sport, Blythe, team competitions transform totally on the horizontal bar.
We have. It's one of those apparatus where it can change a team final. And you can say that both ways, actually. It can energize a team and provide really big numbers, numbers that lift them onto the podiums. Also, sometimes we see a cascading effect on horizontal bar when there are mistakes. We can look back at the last Olympic Games as a case in point.
And looking on is the father of Joe Kemlin-Jones, and he's likely to be spotted quite regularly by the camera crew here because he himself is a camera operator and lots of the crew know him, so they find him very easy to pick out in the crowd. Just when he was hoping he might be able to gently blend in, all of his mates are filming the competition. Here are Cyprus, and this is Kyriakos Markidis getting rotation 4 underway. Good luck to him and the whole team.
And right away, he has a mistake on his opening Takamoto skill. He was supposed to swing the other way.
He was off there. You could see, couldn't you, from the moment he released?
He was actually too high in the air to grasp the bar cleanly coming down.
I just remind you all that one score can be discarded, but it's high pressure when it's the opening one.
You see that his body is fully extended, his hands reaching for the bar, and geographically he's just not placed where he needs to be to complete the skill. You have to wonder if the error on the Takamoto skill actually threw him a bit. The Stalder work is very smooth. Only the dismount remains.
And he's done well to get as much as possible out of that. Good determination from Kyriakos Markidis. This is now a big test for the Cyprus team. All of the more experienced gymnasts are to come, and they now will need to stay on the apparatus and produce the big numbers. And I think it's really important to state that the philosophy of a successful team in gymnastics should always be that we do well together and we don't do well together. We don't blame individuals. Josh Nathan, this is due to be his last contribution, not down to do parallel bars or high bar.
That's a solid full twisting Kasamatsu from Josh Nathan. He has given everything that he has to this effort. He can be very proud of his work tonight, his contribution to this team. It just epitomizes the gymnastics that he's shown at these Commonwealth Games. Strong and solid. A very worthy contribution for Team England.
Kyriakos Markidis of Cyprus scoring 10.35.
Next to the high bar representing Cyprus,
Yurios Angonas, bronze medalist with the team last time.
The pressure has been turned up for Cyprus now. His Takamoto skill goes well. There might be a small deduction associated with him not really finishing near handstand. The same with that half-turning skill as well. And there are little things. The bent arms as he regrasped the bar after that layout Kachev, and the bent arms on the giant swing afterwards.
Going to say, he almost seemed to come down right underneath the bar, didn't he, from that catch-ev release and regrasp?
Exactly. It wasn't placed exactly where it should have been.
Another really determined effort. I just remind you, Cyprus were in 3rd place at the halfway stage, with the English team only 1/10 behind them. And you would favour England, because they're on vault, to go ahead of Cyprus. Alexander Niskovianu of Wales on the parallel bars. The Welsh down in 6th position, quite a way behind Scotland.
He's known for his ability on this apparatus. Also, for pretty calm execution. There's a lot of variety in these skills. That is the first of these that we have seen through the subdivisions. The Ginger style element in the tuck position. And some really ornate pirouetting work.
Holds it nicely, Alexander Niskovianu. Parents are coaches from Romania, so at the age of 4 he was in the boys' squad with his dad coaching him. I think even more impressively, at the age of 10 he played John in Peter Pan with David Hasselhoff. Luke Whitehouse. This is an important vault, a very important vault for the British team. He's going to attempt some real complexity. It should be a Dragulescu. And it's a great one.
Yes, it is. England needed that from Luke Whitehouse, and he stepped up and delivered.
5.2 difficulty.
Unusual style to this vault, and the reason is where he puts the half turn. He actually does it not at the end of the vault, but really is sort of the penultimate part of this very complex routine. Most of the gymnasts don't do the half turn like that, but he is doing what works for him, and it's all the same difficulty.
That could be a transformative score for Team England in terms of their leaderboard position at the end of this rotation. 14.15, really important number. That's his contribution to the team done and to his all-around prospects, but he is now going to attempt a second vault for vault final qualification. Not every gymnast will do that. Must be from a different entry to the table.
This should be a Kasamatsu with 1.5 twists, and that's exactly what he gives us. Really well done. With those 2 vaults, he will almost certainly be in the apparatus final. The difficulty and the execution are there. Great landing.
Big moment for Cyprus and for this gentleman. Marios Yuriou, European champion on this apparatus.
They call him Super Marios. And even without the cape, he can show you how he can fly. Cassina, fantastic. Coleman, beautifully done. And now a transition into Stalder work. A little hop full, just for good measure.
Beautiful, and then such a delicate landing after all of that explosivity. Another really important individual effort on a key apparatus, because he is so good on the horizontal bar.
It's not just the difficulty of the release moves, but look at his arms as he catches. fully extended with the arms almost locked out. That is exactly the way that you want to do this. And the dismount, a very easy looking full twisting double layout, nearly stuck.
Yorios Angonas scores 11.9. For Luke Whitehouse, this is for his vault qualification prospects. 14 is the average. He's in second position. That puts him 1/10 behind Felix Dolci. So guaranteed to be in the vault final, Luke Whitehouse, along with Dolci, along with Hardy. We'll give you all of those qualifiers later on at the close of play. Now, to a gymnast who, would you believe, helps fund his training by selling Lego online. He's hoping now to put all the pieces together in this exercise. Joe Kemlyn-Jones of Team Wales.
An underswing with a half turn. The legs do come apart, so there will be an execution deduction of a couple of tenths associated with that. Lovely tuck Ginger style element though. And the uprise front straddle couldn't be better. It's a well-considered Healy turn, the forward rotation, and for that walking in the handstand, he'll probably lose about 2/10 of a point of execution. Just small things.
Joe Kemlyn-Jones, the reigning Northern European all-around champion. Family watching on. Having a happier time than at the last Commonwealth Games where he broke his tooth. Didn't do it during the gymnastics competition, did it eating bacon at breakfast? Say bacon's not too good for your health. Marios Ioriou, 13.75, best horizontal bar score. So many fascinating ebbs and flows in this team final. Here's Neophytos Kyriakou.
That 13.75 from Ioriou will do a lot towards alleviating the pressure, but they still need this routine to remain in the medal hunt. Coleman, well dealt with. The Coleman, the full twisting double tuck over the bar. And he missed that in warm-ups. He doesn't swing a giant out of it, but he has regrasped the bar, and that is the most important thing. The Stalder in Kachev.
Absolutely staying in contention. Team Cyprus, Neophytos Kyriakou. He actually missed the 2022 competition. He was part of the team that was fourth in the Gold Coast Games of 2018. We're getting close to the end of the first half of rotation number 4. We look back at the dismount of Neophytos Kyriakou. Joe Kemlyn-Jones, 12.6. The wait goes on for the Cypriots to get their scores in, as Alexander Niskovianu has a 13.15. Don't pay too much attention at the moment to the team rankings because we're only at the halfway stage of this rotation. What I can tell you is that there will be, as the score is 12.25 for Neophytos Kyriakou, a quite substantial flip between England and Cyprus. The Cypriots were 1/10 ahead of England. But look at what's happened here. England now are close to 3.5 marks ahead of the Cypriots because of that really positive set of results at the vaulting table. So that's the big change from this half of the rotation, but now we're going to bring Canada and Australia into play. And every time we bring Canada and Australia into play, the leaderboard changes. Australia in second place with 3 rotations to go. This is going to be a big rotation for them, Blythe.
Certainly. High bar can be a bit all or nothing. And we talked earlier about the cascading effect that a mistake can have. We saw it just in the last part of the rotation with Cyprus a little bit. And so what would be really good for Australia is if the first gymnast is able to hit the routine and set the table for the next 3 to come.
We should just point out that Australia won the gold medal in Delhi in 2010. That was the last time the Australian men were actually on the podium. They've so often been so close, and they're looking in very good order at the moment to get back on that podium. They're having a great competition.
For Canada, the order of the day is just going to be to continue doing exactly what they have been doing so far.
That's a nice problem to have, isn't it? When you just need to keep doing it.
It
just
is.
Be consistent.
And sometimes when the competition just sort of sets in, it's much easier to just keep going as you were than it is to have to fight back from something. Though there are teams that have fought back very effectively after mistakes.
And there's a very interesting psychology to being in the lead in sport and how it can sometimes change your mentality negatively if you think, I better not lose the lead now. Here is James Hardy, the chasing Australians in second place, having a very good day. Can they pressurise the Canadians?
He gets the required release skill out of the way very early with that Yamawaki. Going over the bar with the half twist, but I don't think he's done. Indeed, nice layout, Kachev.
Great beginning. Well done, James Hardy. He just seems to get better and better whenever we see him in international competition. Big chance here for Scotland. Can they push up the standings? 5th place at the end of rotation number 3. Here's Hamish Carter.
The Kasamatsu with full twist is what he has opted to show tonight. That's going to be an energizing start for Team Scotland. Such lovely form to everything he does. The only evident deduction, the step back, which will probably cost about 0.3 of a point. It's wonderful in the air.
James Hardy, 12.35.
Come on, man. Let's go.
Let's go, Ben!
Next for Australia is Ben Foster. The Australians, by the way, have got a fifth member of the team that we haven't seen yet. He is due to compete on pommel horse right at the very end.
Oh my.
That was most unfortunate.
That was an element just designed to get him into the exercise. A hop with a full turn. And he just seems a bit spooked. Actually, it's catching with the fingertip of the right hand rather than gripping the bar with the palm. And that would throw anybody off. Let's see if he opts to repeat it or if he just goes on. He does opt to repeat it, so he'll get the difficulty associated with that. The straddle Kachev is really lovely. He has very graceful stalder work and swing. That's a great combination. The one-arm giant right into the stalder.
You put to one side a strange moment, a one-in-a-million moment at the start, and what an impressive performance from Ben Foster. Sadly, he will have some real execution problems. Hope he's okay. He did really just jab his finger into the bar.
That'll sting a bit.
And now on parallel bars, representing Canada,
William Aymar from Laval in Quebec. It is a place associated with excellence in artistic sports. Great figure skaters, great divers, great everything.
He too shows the clear hip mount. Lovely giant. Right into that half twisting element. Good front salto. And the Healy turn. Clean, smooth gymnastics from Aymar. A very nice and difficult front straddle somi. His dismount comes from an uprise, double front.
Holds it well, needed that. The Canadians didn't have the easiest start to parallel bars. There's an 11.3 score registered early on. But they look totally unaffected by this stage, by the pressure of this competition. 11.1 for Foster. Ritam Malik, 19-year-old from the West Sydney suburbs.
It's a big opening statement. The Takamoto half went well, and that's a huge Coleman. This is fantastic from Malik so far. A little bit close on the Kachev, but he disguises it well.
He's a real history maker, Ritam Malik, the first male gymnast of Indian origin to represent Australia at the Commonwealth Games. And his dad Rajesh was a national champion in India, introduced him to the sport at the age of 6.
Come on, mate. Come on, Tommy.
Hamish Carter, 13.35.
Next to Commonwealth, representing Scotland, Cameron Lynn.
To Cameron Lynn of the Scottish team.
Kasamatsu with 1.5 twists. What a landing!
That was a vault for all of Scotland. Celebrated by all of Scotland.
And it should be.
Has a little movement, doesn't he, of the left foot? And he's going to try to pick up. He wants that 0.1 bonus. 13.65 for William Emma.
And it's looking like for him there is a parallel bars final in his future.
Felix Dolce. The only thing is whether his own teammates beat him into that, because there are still 2 Canadians to go.
Lovely bell skill, the double back between the rails. That's the first time that we've seen it from anybody in this competition. The way that Dulce works into his elements adds difficulty. Often there's an underswing associated with it. It's just beautiful gymnastics.
Isn't it just beautiful gymnastics? Felix Dulce. This has got a really strong feeling of being Canada's day. And my word, they deserve it. But what about Australia? They're pushing them hard. Well done, Ritam Malik. 13.45. That is the second best score we've seen on that apparatus. And now here comes Jesse Moore. He knows his way around this apparatus too.
This is a great setup for Jesse Moore. If he can just step forward now and do what he's capable of. Aggressive Takemoto straight into the Stalder Kachev, and he adds a ginger at the end. He's through the Coleman.
Oh! Final release and regrasp, and he just sailed over, couldn't get that Kachev secured.
Let's take another look at it. The wind-up, what they call the tap swing, is good, but he actually overcooks the element, casts out too far, not quite high enough, and he's fully extended, trying to grasp the bar, and doesn't quite get it.
It's going to be really interesting to see what sort of number this gets, even with that loss of the full mark, because it was a packed exercise, Blythe. More release and regrasps, I think, there than in anyone else's display.
It's a very ambitious routine.
For Felix Dulce, 13.55.
Let's go, Renee, come on.
And now on parallel bars for Canada, Renee Conway.
Canada going brilliantly. Here's René Cornouillet. One expects a strong display from him here.
Very patient with that skill, just as you need to be. And what a lovely element that is. That too, the first one that we have seen. Canada is pulling out all of the stops. There's tremendous variety in this routine. Slight hesitation in the handstand, but that's just going to be a 1/10 of a point deduction. Only the dismount now from an uprise.
Lovely, and never seemed in doubt. Another big set of smiles from the Canadians. They're closing in on Commonwealth gold. There's still a long way to go, though.
fantastic difficulty from Cournoyer throughout. This is going to get a very big number. And well deserved.
So 13.65 for Cameron Lynn.
Let's go, baby.
$12.65. Jessie Moore. So that, with the full mark given back, if you will, would have been a huge number. And 13.15 from René Cournoyer. That will really help the Canadians because the leaderboard was looking a little close until that score from him. We can tell you that Canada remain in the lead, but now putting the pressure on in second place is the English team, about 3 marks behind. Australia, who were second, have gone down into third place. Cyprus, who were third, have gone down into fourth. And we still have Scotland fifth and Wales sixth. And these are some of the teams that performed earlier on in the competition, in the earlier subdivisions.
So those are the standings. There is a difficulty score unchanged for Felix Donnelly going through on the launching screen. That's all happening on the floor. Meanwhile, Davusha is in the crowd. Where are you?
One of the best things that you can do in a team competition is give yourself some breathing space. And that's what the Canadians have managed to do. But the rest are waiting to challenge. Now we go back to Cyprus, because this is rotation number 5, the penultimate rotation, the Cypriots on floor. It will be England and Scotland on the parallel bars. And now will come the big Canadian test on the horizontal bar. It's going to be an interesting section of the competition, Blythe.
It is. If Canada has a nervous event, we might say, looking back at their performances historically, it is horizontal bar. But, as you so pointed out, Ollie, they have breathing room. They can give a little bit away and still come away from the horizontal bar in the lead. And then they have floor exercise where they're terrific. So the bottom line is, Canada is looking very strong at the moment. And even if high bar doesn't go entirely according to plan, they could still emerge from it with the lead. For all of the other teams in the top 6, this is going to be a more nerve-wracking rotation. Cyprus in the thick of things, in the battle for a medal. But they are going to need everything that they've got.
Well, we are so grateful to have you with us, wherever you're watching from and whoever you're supporting. How are you handling all of the nerves there, Canada fans and Australia fans? Seeing England now come back up the leaderboard. They've had a resurgence, but parallel bars are a tricky exercise to build a really big score on. They certainly made use of the vault rotation, though, the English team.
It's been very interesting to watch Luke Whitehouse in this competition. To this point, he's been known for floor exercise. Of course, he's been known for vault. He's very good there too. But he is contributing all over the gym.
At the moment, he's the second best all-around performer at these games. Well, we have just a little moment of calm. Just a brief pause. Luke Whitehouse, first to go for Team England on the parallel bars. He's having a very good day.
Energetic beginning to this routine. The underswing giant with a little back flip right at the tail of it. Slight struggle into handstand, but he deals with it well. He looks like he's doing in the zone gymnastics. This kind of aggressive determination to get through the routine, come what may.
Real maturity. He shakes his head because he knows it will cost, that moment where he almost had to reset. But very often in big competitions, it comes down to what you save, not what you lose. Look at life glass half full, and that's a big accomplishment for Whitehouse to get out of that relatively unscathed. Team Cyprus starting on floor. Yurios Angonas. How amazing that he combines this gymnastics work with medical undergraduate study.
And that was actually an excellent save on his opening pass. He tucks down the flip after the double twisting front. Alas, there was no saving that front double tuck though. That will be a full mark deduction.
It really is becoming a very tense competition for this determined Cyprus team. Just remind you that they do get to discard one score. Now it's a 12.9 for Luke Whitehouse. His execution 7.9, 3 penalty tenths.
Come on, Gabe. Come on, mate.
Gabriel Langton. He's done well, hasn't he? Coming in really late in the day to replace an injured teammate in the form of Max Whitlock.
And he's looked so ready for this competition. Parallel bars is an excellent apparatus for him. He shows a bell or a double back tuck between the rails. Clean as a whistle. That's a big problem, however. There's going to be a significant execution deduction associated with that rather tucked press up to handstand. He's got a lot of difficulty in this exercise. That will help absorb some of the deduction.
Gabriel Langton. And we're just hearing that Luke Whitehouse's 0.3 penalty was due to starting the exercise late.
Very interesting. The gymnast actually has a timer that starts as soon as they get the green light from the judges. They have to begin within 30 seconds or it is 0.3 as a penalty.
Now we look back at the performance of Gabriel Langton. He's a great young man, Gabriel Langton. He's been the under-18 British all-around champion. Whole load of medals at the Junior European Championships as well. He scores 12.6. So that means that the British team have got a 12-point-something counting, because Whitehouse had a 12.9, 3/10 higher than Langton. Here is Adam Tobin. He's been the British all-around champion.
Smooth mount sequence. Heely turn. So far, so good for Tobin. Very good indeed. Double front in the tuck position, and that will get an extra 0.1 added on for sticking the dismount.
He has really been there for the English team today. You can count on him. Adam Tobin.
That was exactly what was needed.
Oh my goodness, the tension in this competition. Great excitement. Hope you are enjoying it. We certainly are. Alexander Niskovianu of Wales. And he has been a medalist on this apparatus at the British Championships.
Winding up for his first release. It's a Coleman, and it's beautifully done. No problem with the Takamoto full. The same thing with just a half turn. Finish near the handstand, that's exactly right. Stalder's well done too. Wow, that was excellent.
Beautiful gymnastics from Alexander Niskovianu. Very poised gymnastics from him. Moved at the age of 12 with his father to Essex in England for better training opportunities. Trains at the world-famous South Essex Club. 13.8 is Adam Tobin's very useful score for Team England, with, as you said, Blythe, that 1/10 bonus mark. Alex Yolshin-Cash, Commonwealth Games debutant. He was the first male gymnast from Notts Gymnastics Academy to go to the World Championships in 19 years.
Pommel horse and parallel bars are his best apparatus. He's got wonderful swing. Really nice rhythm to this routine. All of these pirouetting skills all blended together in one very artistic presentation. This has been great so far.
It is great the whole way. How much that has meant to that young man who's been waiting since his difficulties on pommel horse to get back out there. Didn't do rings or vault. Delightful. .75. That is the floor score for Yurios Angonis right at the start of this rotation. And it's a 13.2 for Niskovianu. which is one of the best scores we've seen so far on the horizontal bar. To Jacob Edwards from Wrexham.
Stoops into what we call an endo with a very complicated grip on the bars. Straddle Kachev. And a full twisting double layout dismount.
Wales's Jacob Edwards graduated from Birmingham City University last year in sports journalism even, so he's actually capable of doing and commentating on his own routines at the same time, probably. He's actually on the Team Wales Athletes Committee as well, very respected. His parents are high-level coaches. He works with his own group of gymnasts. Well done to Alex Yolshin-Cash, 14.1. Best score on the parallel bars.
The routine of the day on that apparatus so far.
Very useful score that for the English team as well. Now the best all-around performer coming into this rotation, Marios Ioriou of Cyprus.
Front layout full to double front tuck. He gets a bit of bonus for combining those two skills. The front layout full, a very handy thing to have in your bag of tricks because you can place it both at the beginning and end of a tumbling sequence. And it will be good usually for 1/10 of a point extra. And so far, this is Marios Ioriou being who he is. The gymnastics is very difficult. The delivery is really clean. There's a wonderful sense of balance. And the landings are generally right on.
He always seems like such a calm gentleman when you chat with him. He's a very nice and gentle soul, actually, Marios Ioriou. Loves in his spare time just to take his dogs out, to go hiking in the mountains, sit down with his guitar. I bet he's a really good guitarist. Probably keeps that quiet.
It's just a joy to watch him tumble because his technique is so good.
.9. Jake Edwards.
Love you too.
Super Marios. Two-time all-around bronze medalist at the Games. So a bit of waiting around for the gymnasts. They're used to this in competition though. It's probably more agonising for the fans than it is for them. 13 for Marios Ioriou. The 7th best score we've seen on floor. Neophytos Kyriakou. Last to go for the Cypriot team on floor.
Front layout to double front tuck. You can't ask for a better landing than that. Double twisting, double tuck. He's doing a great job of putting his feet down and planting them on these landings. Triple twist, side pass. The difficulty in this exercise is immense. And he meant to do that. It's rare these days that we see a front 1 1/4 that lands on the stomach. Really neat to see that, actually. Just adds a bit of style. The scale was briefly a requirement on men's floor exercise, but no longer. Many gymnasts have kept them in the routine. And a double pike to close.
Cyprus are going to go right back into the conversation based on what they've done in this rotation. There's going to be very little between them and the English team.
This is a memorable exercise. And one of the big reasons is this penultimate pass, the 2.5 twist into a punch front in the tuck position, 1 1/4.
It's a little almost of the old days, isn't it?
It is old school, but it's vintage in the good way. A requirement on floor exercise these days to avoid a 3/10 of a point deduction is the gymnast has to finish with a double flipping element.
There we go. The verdict is in. Gymnastics is amazing. We always knew it, didn't we? Hope you're finding it amazing to be part of the Glasgow 2026 experience, watching wherever you're watching from and whoever you're supporting. And all of it happening in the beautiful city of Glasgow. It's a wonderful place. It really is the friendly games in the friendly city.
Oh, everyone is so nice here. The welcome has been fantastic, and it's palpable how excited Glasgow is about hosting the Commonwealth Games again.
It's you. You're on the big screen. The judges who are superintending the competition, big responsibility for them, big occasion. Andrew Toombs sitting at the head table has stewardship of the men's technical committee in the sport of gymnastics. We're at the lots of people with headsets on nodding their heads and shaking their heads and chatting about things stage, which may mean there's a technical issue of some kind, we're not sure. We have got a number and it's a 12.4 for Neophytos Kyriakou. Now, what it means at the moment is the English team are finding themselves on 200.2 with one rotation to go. Cyprus are on 192.45. We'll come back to that and confirm that in a moment. But we certainly know that England are on 200.2.
Gymnastic coaches, that concludes the ball.
Now we are making our way to the second half of rotation number 5, which is the penultimate rotation. The warm-up's are already done and dusted. And we're going to naturally focus a lot on the Canadians and the Australians. Canada, the leaders, by just over 3 marks ahead of Australia, with 2 rotations left. Ethan Ikeda.
He has fit right in to this Canadian team in his Commonwealth Games introduction. High bar, a very strong apparatus for him. And he didn't catch that Coleman quite right and opts to, instead of just swinging out of it and hoping for the best, just taking a moment to reset, jumping down, rechalking his grips, and taking the 30 seconds that is allotted to him before he gets back onto the bar. Let's have another look at it. Good in the air, but he really catches the bar as much with his wrists as anything else and isn't able to swing a full giant out of it. Even if he kept off and kept going, there would have been a deduction associated. So the smarter thing really is just to jump down. This skill is called a check giant. It's very crowd-pleasing. Winding up for the dismount, double twisting, double layout, and the hands go down. A difficult set.
Now, what this means for the Canadians is that they'll be hoping that that is their discarded score. As here is Ben Foster. Big, powerful start.
It's going to be a little costly for him because not only does he go out of bounds, he takes a step on the landing that is greater than the width of his shoulders, so he'll lose half a point, and then the associated penalty for the out of bounds. He's recovered well, though. The next passes have been very solid. The Vendish swing's quite graceful, as is this press to handstand. A double twisting front layout somersault. He's saving the double tuck for the end, as the requirements are on floor X.
Well, we are very close to finding out what everyone is going to need to do in the last rotation. And it's going to be a dramatic finish, that we know. It's 10.95 for Ethan Ikeda of Canada. Canadians, the leaders, coming into this rotation. So all of that means now that this is a really important exercise for William Emma on the horizontal bar. He's been great so far.
If there is a place where he occasionally looks a bit nervy, it's on horizontal bar. But that said, he's capable of great work as well. Confidence important here with his Coleman. Lovely. He is on today, but it's not done yet.
Fantastic from William Emma. That was so steady, so reliable. You are watching the Glasgow 2026 men's team final in artistic gymnastics, and you're watching the Canadians handle the occasion as they go in search of their first gold medal in this event for 2 decades.
Brilliant all the way through, and the dismount spectacular. A double twisting, double layout, stuck cold.
12.55. Ben Foster. Ritam Malik. Lots to really enjoy about his gymnastics. Just seemed to head out of bounds.
That will be a penalty of 1/10 of a point. But you really have to admire the security in his work on floor exercise. Wonderful, quick Wendeschwings. They're a team of newcomers, but they have performed like veterans.
Looking very good value for the podium. Getting back onto the podium after a period of absence. Numbering 16 years. Well done, Australia. And well done, Canada. 13.5 from William Emar. We said it's sometimes a nervy area for him. Not today. Really not today. One of the best scores on the apparatus. Here's René Conway. He has been quietly brilliant. He's just been there, working for the team, producing big performances.
Putting all of his experience to very good use here. Talk half into layout Kachev. A strong combination and beautiful lift over the bar on his straddle Kachev. Excellent. Full twisting Takemoto lands right in handstand and really emphasizes that. And then comes off on his Yamawaki, the easiest release skill in the exercise.
So we know that the Canadians therefore will count a fall in their 3 scores, but they did have 3 marks of grace over the Australians coming into this. So if there's a time to use it up, it's now, because they're going to floor next and they're good on that.
And this is not going to be a disastrous score, provided he is able to get through it to the dismount. But once more, very surprising.
It's a tricky moment for a gymnast who's been an excellent participant in Team Canada and their quest for gold. So there's a likelihood that Ethan Ikeda's score is going to count. Well, now to Ritam Malik, 12.65. I think he really is one to watch. This is due to be James Hardy's last contribution. He'll step aside for True Hagens on the pommel horse.
Lovely front layout full to double front tuck. And a double front pike. Both of those double front skills worth 4/10 of a point in difficulty. Actually, the double front pike worth 5/10 of a point. 2.5 twist to front layout. He has looked so steady all night. And he hangs on to the Arabian double front.
That was hanging on, and it was a great bit of hanging on from James Hardy. Just know that Mum and Dad are watching on, so proud. Mum will be back out on the road as soon as she can get to a gymnastics competition. You can count on that. Now the joint national champion on this exercise.
And next at the parallel bars, competing for Scotland is Cameron Lynn.
Warm reception for Scotland's Cameron Lynn. The Scottish team in 5th position, and that's where they finished ultimately in 2022.
Clear hip circle mount. And a tidy giant. Just taking his time working through the Makoots. It's one skill basically done in 2 parts. And he's setting up for his Tippelt. Gymnast has to show a very continuous rise of the hips into the handstand. He does. Stutz and a double pike dismount. Very nice routine.
Scotland's Cameron Lynn. Fine performance. James Hardy, a 13.15, the 5th best score that we've seen on floor.
Looks like we're ready now on floor for our next competitor, representing Australia, Jessie Moore.
Jessie Moore next to go on the floor exercise for a gold chasing Australia team who might well be getting a lot closer to the Canadians than expected.
Front layout full to front double pike. Among the most complicated opening passes that we've seen. A little bit of under rotation necessitates the step back. Oh, and he was just not near it. It seems like perhaps on the opening skill, his foot slipped on the takeoff. Great sequence of flares, ending with a small breakdancing move too.
Poor Jessie Moore. That was a jarring landing, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, it was. And he's shown real courageousness in continuing on with the routine. This, quite clearly, is for the team.
We've said on so many occasions over so many years that it's often about what you save, not what you lose, and he has saved as much as possible. Great, tenacious effort from Jessie Moore, characteristic of Team Australia. Did his very best. But that was a really nervous-looking moment for everyone in attendance.
Yeah, he doesn't actually get the front double twist completely rotated. before he goes and punches into the double front. And as a result, he's got a very weak setup into it and gets nowhere near the height that he needs to complete those 2 somersaults.
René Cornouaille, 11.55. So that is going to be a counting score for the Canadian team. Just wonder if the dynamic is going to change again now. This is a really important routine for Félix Dolci.
In this sort of situation, he is the gymnast that you would want on horizontal bar. And yet one of his career-defining moments came at the Olympics when his grip actually broke, causing him to fall off the apparatus. That, though, was a fluke. And this so far is Dolci near his best.
Looking good. Big effort this, lots of releases and regrasps. Bold, complicated, determined, Félix Dolci! Well done. Hugely well done. That was enormous for the Canadian team.
This was exactly what they needed. Félix Dolci doing everything that he is capable of. It's a stunning routine, full of complexity, full of variety, full of really well-handled releases and catches. The Cassina, very late in the exercise, after he's shown so much more. And all that you could have wished for was a solid dismount. He gives you that and more with this double twisting, double layout.
That is going to ensure that Canada holds on to the lead going into the last rotation.
So moving into this final rotation, let's take a look at...
And it's easily into the final as well. 14.25, best mark on the horizontal bar. Things have narrowed, though, as expected for the Canadians. And I tell you what is really interesting, as we've just had a change there for Ritam Malik. His score has gone up by 1/10, from 12.65 to 12.75. Jesse Moore scores 11.8. That's because Ritam Malik was, I think, originally given a penalty 10th for going out of bounds, but that has been revoked upon further scrutiny from the superior jury. This, therefore, is what we know, and Canada are holding on, but England are now about a mark and a half behind them. Australia third. Look at Scotland. Look at where they have risen. They're now in 4th place, chasing Australia. The Australians are finishing on the pommel horse, and they have got a specialist in store to use on that apparatus. What's going to happen? We'll find out. Amazing drama at Glasgow 2026. We always knew this was going to be a gripping team final, but I think it's gone even beyond expectations. It does seem as though it is a 2-team contest for gold now between the Canadians and the English, and we've got a real chase on to join them on the podium. Australia, Scotland and Cyprus, I think, are possibly part of the conversation as well. Now, the Australians finish on the pommel horse. England and Scotland finish on the horizontal bar. You can bet every single hit Scottish routine there is going to just get roars from the crowd. Over on the floor exercise, the Canadians will finish there. about a mark and a half to defend over England. It's just enthralling, isn't it?
Oh, the drama. We may not have seen the last of the surprises that this final has in store for us.
I think that is a pretty good guarantee.
Are we ready to see the final round of gymnastics?
Something is going to happen that has us on the edge of our seats in this last rotation. We don't know what it is. Let's find out. Good luck to all of these teams. Good luck to all of you watching and keeping your nerves under control. Setting the table for England is Gabriel Langton.
The English here have nothing to lose.
Oh goodness. Well, we're just going to give the coaching team and the medical staff time to assess things. Naturally, we want to afford them the privacy. And that was really a very difficult looking moment for Gabriel Langton. So it may take a little time now, and time is what it needs to take for the medical staff to discharge their duties. Well, if you do happen to be joining right now, there's a pause in the competition because Gabriel Langton of England just had a very difficult moment on the horizontal bar, landed very acutely. So naturally, there'll be plenty of time taken to assess his condition. And we'll just give the medical team the privacy that they need and the privacy the athlete deserves, just to make sure that calmness can be remained and retained. Naturally, there is a great concern in the crowd. We'll give you updates as soon as there are meaningful updates to give, but for now the important thing is that the medical staff take their time. We'll have a delay in the competition until further notice while the medical team take the time to assess Gabriel Langton and to just make sure that he's in a secure position to leave the field of play. Well, at the moment, the medical assessment is ongoing for Gabriel Langton of Team England. Medical staff are just taking their time, as they should do. And we will We'll resume coverage of the competition when the gymnast has been escorted from the field of play and the medical staff have completed their assessment. We'll give you any updates that we can give you, but we won't give you any updates unless we're sure of what we know. This is a private moment for the athlete to be treated. And well done to the medical staff who are there and following all the correct procedures. Obviously a very concerning moment for all here. I regret to tell you that the competition is delayed as Gabriel Langton of Team England is treated by the medical staff. We'll return just as soon as it is safe to resume the competition, because the safety of the athlete is all that matters right now.
thank you for your signing and newspaper magazine for all the very best. As I say, hopefully it's precautionary treatment, and I'm sure you understand the rules in the proceedings. So I believe the competition floor is clear. Wishing all of our Commonwealth gymnasts all the very best, and have been told that I believe the competition floor is clear, so you may take your additional warm-up now. If you want to go back up onto the podium, give them all a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The shots don't come in really
I can let you know that Gabriel Langton has been removed from the field of play under the assistance of medical staff, and we wish him all the very best. We'll update you if we know anything concrete. Now, the gymnasts will naturally have some refamiliarisation time with the apparatus. They'll get a little warm-up time now. We'll just take a breath, as will the gymnasts, and return to this team competition at Glasgow 2026. And once again, just nothing but the very best wishes to Gabriel Langton, who came in late for this competition, a young man who's been performing really well. Just had a very unfortunate loss of contact with the apparatus and a difficult landing. That's all we will say for now. The men's team final standings. Canada are in pole position. England in second place. Australia third, with Scotland making a real case to get onto the podium. They're doing very well now, pushed up into fourth position. At the 2026 Commonwealth Games, we return to the men's team final, but we return in naturally a subdued way, and especially for the English team. They were right there and saw that very difficult landing for Gabriel Langton.
Gymnast coaches, that concludes your warm-up period. Righto, let's give all our gymnasts a huge round of applause now as they begin the competition again.
Luke Whitehouse for Team England on the horizontal bar in this men's team final. He's had to take some extra time to warm up, as has everyone, after the very difficult landing for Gabriel Langton when he came off the apparatus unexpectedly. We wish him all the best. We wish all of these gymnasts the best as they resume the competition.
His first release, a layout Kachev, well caught. And there's his tucked Kovac.
And he's had a difficult landing. Luke Whitehouse gets back up quickly, but there will unfortunately be a full mark to come off his score. Great effort from the English gymnast, especially after that prolonged delay. Elliot Vernon of Wales on floor. Nice start.
He opens with a front double pike. A skill worth 5/10 of a point, all on its own. Efficient twisting. The front layout 2.5, known as a Randy. There's a really agreeable crispness to his gymnastics.
Well, what is interesting to note is that he trains at Leeds Gymnastics Club. That's the same club as Luke Whitehouse, who we've just seen representing England on the horizontal bar. They won the British Team Championship together. Leeds Gymnastics Club has actually got representation from all 4 home nations in the men's competition here.
And a really good high stuck double pike closes this routine.
Young gymnast who went to school in Doncaster in the north of England. Luke Whitehouse scores 11.7, and that will be a counting score for the English team on the horizontal bar.
And next up on the high bar, representing England, Alexander Yoshling-Cash.
Alex Yolshin-Cash. Bronze medalist on this apparatus at the British Championships earlier this year.
His tucked Kovac is very solid. Nice amplitude on his Kachev. And there's the Czech giant. Always draws a big reaction from the crowd.
Very impressive that from Alex Yolshin-Cash. What calmness. Elliot Vernon, 12.3 on floor.
Go on, Alex.
Floor representing Wales, Alex Niskovianu.
Alex Niskovianu of Wales on floor. Was always heading out of bounds there, but good energetic start nonetheless.
It's quite rare to see a gymnast start with a side pass on floor exercise. He's got great twisting ability. Very solid double twisting, double tuck, third pass.
Really good effort this from the Welsh team right at the end of their campaign.
He closes that routine with a full twisting double tuck. Very difficult right at the end of an exercise.
Now the Cypriot team are on the pommel horse.
Next on the high bar, representing England, is Adam Tulip.
Marios Yoriu. Just waiting to get the go-ahead. And here we go, Marios Yoriu. Top all-around performer so far.
Opens with a scissor element, and that with the full spin is called a sewn. It's very efficient one pommel work. All of that adding to his difficulty score. The travel forwards down the horse and then backwards. And a beautiful pirouetting dismount. Great routine by Marius Yorju.
Such a sense of finesse as he concluded that exercise. He's going to be ambitious in that all-around competition. I believe he can get onto the podium, maybe win the whole thing. 12.15 for Niscovianu. Henry Lewis has sat out a couple of rotations on the parallel bars and horizontal bar. He now returns. Alex Niscovianu, by the way, is up there in third place at the moment in all-around qualification. Henry Lewis. The Welsh gymnast with his last contribution to this team final. Nice beginning.
Double layout opens his exercise. A double layout, another skill worth half a point. There's a big hop out of his front double pike, but he does show how capable he is of harnessing power on floor exercise. There was the out of bounds though on that Rudy skill. That will be a penalty of 0.3 of a point. He opts to do a planche for his strength hold. Unusual for a gymnast on floor exercise. And he's really trying to contain himself from taking steps, like on that side pass, double tuck to end.
And he really contained himself from taking steps right at the end. Henry Lewis, well done to him, well done to the Welsh team. What a great performance from Marius Yorju, top all-around athlete so far. 13.65 on the pommel horse. That is good for qualification. Neophytos Kyriakou.
Strong circling work so far. It's not a routine that contains some of the more complex circles and flares. And unfortunately, looks like he hits his right leg mid-Wendeschwing, and there was no recovering from that. It's a shame because he did have a really good routine going here, and then just his legs don't clear the pommels. In the 6th rotation, you've done an awful lot of gymnastics.
And you've worked so hard for your team. Neophytos Kyriakou. Well, the podium is not fully clear at the moment. This now is Adam Tobin of England. He was wonderful on the parallel bars in the previous rotation.
Lovely Takamoto half. Winding up for his Coleman. And a tucked Kovac. Plenty of time to open out and grasp the bar. layout Kachev. And a really well-flighted classic Kachev to close out his release sequences. And just a hop 1.5 for good measure as well. He adds real flair to that.
Got real height as well on that dismount. Well done, Adam Tobin, on what has been a very successful day for him. Lovely to see his resurgence. And this is the last Welsh performance on floor, Jacob Edwards.
Two double fronts to begin his routine. Very popular skills, and with good reason. They get him a really healthy quantity of difficulty. Oh, and an Arabian double front in the pike position. It's one of the few skills that actually, whether it's piked or tucked, it's of the same value. Many of the gymnasts opt to do it in the tucked position because it's slightly more aerodynamic that way.
What a nice finish that was. It feels right that it ends with Jacob Edwards, who is the North Area Development Officer at Welsh Gymnastics and is responsible for training young athletes. He says, if you cut me open, I bleed Wales. How lovely that their team campaign finishes with a stuck landing from him. That brings us to the conclusion of the first half of the last rotation. We've still got some teams to come, but some teams have finished their campaign. For Neophytos Kyriakou of Cyprus, 9.9. It's been a very good effort, this, from Wales to finish the campaign on floor. They're actually going to get reasonably close to the Cypriot score. 12.05. Henry Lewis's score. The last Welsh score to come in will be Jacob Edwards. For Adam Tobin, great score, 13.1, and that actually has him in 8th position in horizontal bar qualification. .25, Alex Yolshin-Cash. The English team naturally so struck by that very unpleasant landing for Gabriel Langton. We wish him all the very best. 12.85 for Jake Edwards. As a result of all of that, with one half rotation to come, England are at the top of the leaderboard. Cyprus in second place, Wales in third, getting actually very close to the Cypriot score. India, who competed earlier, in fourth place. But we have got now the performances of Canada and Australia and Scotland to come. There is a possibility that we might see Scotland make their way onto the podium, and that would be just an amazing accomplishment. So naturally the mood has very much been altered by the sight of Gabriel Langton being assisted off the field of play by the medical staff. The crowd very much impacted by that, and the gymnasts I think as well. And it just serves as that reminder that the safety of the athlete is the principal concern.
Coaches, conclude your war period. Let's get this final mark of our men's team.
Now the conclusion is coming. The men's team final. Good luck to all of these gymnasts, good luck to all of these teams. Renee Conway of Canada getting their last rotation started as they go for gold.
And that was an extremely calm and beautiful beginning for Cournoyer.
Representing Australia on the horse, Benjamin Foster.
The Vendeschwing's very efficient. One of the many admirable qualities to his floor work is that generally he comes close to sticking the landings. He doesn't give away too much in terms of hops, steps, jumps forward, those sorts of things. It's a well-balanced exercise, not just in terms of the scale, but in terms of the difficulty. Full twisting double tuck.
Team Canada playing their part. What about Team Scotland? It's Glasgow 2026, the Commonwealth Games and Artistic Gymnastics, the men's team final. Here's Cameron Lynn. Scotland suddenly emerging as contenders for the podium, 1 mark behind Australia with 1 rotation to go. Could they do it?
He provided them with a pivotal routine on parallel bars in the last rotation. And now they look to him on high bar as well. Great combination, the Takemoto half right into the full twisting double tuck over the bar. And there's another one just for good measure.
Scotland are here, they're really here! Suddenly, part of the conversation. Amazing from Cameron Lynn. The Scottish team who've only twice been on the podium in the men's event. 2014 and 2018. And that first one was in Glasgow. 13 and a half, Renee Cournoyer. Nice beginning for Team Canada. Felix Dulcie. He's proven he can absolutely be relied upon today.
A pass that he's used for years now to start his routine. Front layout full into front double pike. There's a 2.5 into a double front. The first time that we've seen that from any competitor today. And in both of those opening passes, there are bonus tenths that are associated because of the difficulty of the last 2 skills combined. Double twisting, double tuck towards the end of the routine, just like we saw from René Cournoyer.
He takes a breath and he delivers. Felix Dolce. He says that he sees external pressure as a privilege. It's because people believe in you, because they see potential in you. His words, his actions, maybe Canada's gold. Cameron Lynn, 13.5. Fourth best score that we've seen on the horizontal bar. Scotland, are you going to do this? This would be an absolute sensation. Here's Hamish Carter, who was decorated on horizontal bar as an All-American during his studies at the University of Illinois.
Wonderful, Coleman. Beautiful, high, Kovac. A slight bend of the elbows on the giant out, but that's not going to be a big deduction. A certain tone has been set here.
They have been fifth for most of the competition, Team Scotland. They could get onto the podium. Stunning. Now, Australia, I wonder if they're managing to block out all of the noise, because this now has put pressure on them. They have got a specialist to come on this apparatus, but for now, here is Jessie Moore.
This is a routine with a potential to bring in a good and much needed score. Really eye-catching flare work. The Magyar skill, twisting his body. The Australians are shouting encouragement. It's a long, trying exercise.
And right at the end, Jessie Moore is there. There was a moment of real anxiety. It just seemed to freeze for a moment there, time. Oh my goodness. Australian coffee cups kicked across the room. Felix Dolce, 13.7, that's a very good score for Canada. William Emar is next on floor. He's been really strong today.
And this tends to be one of his best apparatus. It's where all the beauty of his gymnastics comes out. One step out on the double twisting, double tuck. Just 1/10 of a point in penalty is what he'll get from that. And a lovely triple twist follow-up. One of the greatest compliments you can pay a gymnast is to say that they make what they do look easy. And he merits that remark. It's been focused, it's been polished.
It's been Canada from start to finish. What a team performance. from one of the great gymnastics nations of not just the Commonwealth but of the world. Hamish Carter, 12.9. If Scotland are to miss out, they will miss out with dignity. It's been a brilliant effort. The reigning Scottish champion, Ruben Ward.
Sparkling opening to this routine. Now comes the big test. The release move, a Liukin, gorgeous. What height. And that, although it's barely perceptible, is one of the saves of the competition. He just barely got his left grip.
An incredible conclusion to this team final, courtesy of the host nation. Oh, what character from that young man, because he had to have his wits about him to get through that. That incredible twisting release move, the Liukin. Scotland, Liukin, really impressive. Canadians waiting for the numbers, and for William Emard, 12.35. Ethan Ikeda. Tricky beginning. This is the last Canadian performance on floor.
And this is Canada looking to the future. They've been so well served by René Cournoyer, by Félix Dolci, by William Emard already on this apparatus. But this is to give Ethan Ikeda experience, because they have marked him out as one to watch in the next years. The continuation of a legacy of great gymnastics in Canada, his family. How appropriate that they close out their session here by looking forward.
A glimpse of the future, an exciting one in 18-year-old Ethan Ikeda. He's played his part as a super member of this highly impressive Canadian team that is closing in on the Commonwealth Games gold. Ruben Ward, 13.15. It is going to be so close between Australia and Scotland. It may well be that Australia just edges it. Connor Sullivan.
The legs come apart on the Takemoto. That will be a deduction of a couple tenths. But that was an extraordinary Cassina. And the Coleman is there as well. It's a high difficulty exercise.
What a horizontal bar rotation from the Scottish team. Spectacular. They have run this race right down to the last moments, and now they'll wait to see if they've managed it It's going to be tight, whatever happens. Now, this is the ace up the sleeve for Australia, pommel horse specialist True Hagens.
He has waited 5.5 rotations to do this one routine. This is why he is here.
But unfortunately, he comes off.
Despite the mistake, it was a very promising beginning, and clearly he has lots of ability on this apparatus. The flares are gorgeous.
And this is capable of being a very big score, even with him coming off the apparatus.
Because he is that good on pommel horse.
So great score for them. We'll confirm the standings at the end. We wait for that score to come.
True Hagens, great effort, and he's through it. For his own pommel horse final prospects, that's unfortunate, but that should still be a pretty healthy number for the Australian team.
Wales finish in 6th place with 227 marks.
Fourth position at the moment for the Scottish team, 12.4 for Connor Sullivan. The Canadians have been absolutely magnificent as their score of 10.4 comes in for Ethan Ikeda. A 20-year wait comes to an end. Fantastic performance from the Canadians to take the men's team title for Australia. That score of 13.1 for True Hagens, and now they can start their celebrations. Canada, champions in the men's team competition at Glasgow 2026. For Team England, a really superb effort. Naturally a somber mood in the English camp as a result of what happened earlier to Gabriel Langton. And Australia, just about. Well done to them, third place in the men's team competition. Fantastic for Australia, back on the podium, first time in 16 years. And Blythe for Scotland. I mean, what an effort. What an effort.
And what a turnaround, really, when you think about how much they suffered on still rings with the dismounts. And, well, fortune smiled upon them on horizontal bar. But it was they who did that.
And they came really close.
So very close. They can be very proud of themselves and the performance that they gave here.
But it is Canada who have won it, and won it in hugely impressive fashion. The classified results in the men's team competition: the bronze medal to Australia, the silver medal to England, the gold medal to Canada, and they've won it by over 3 marks. Commiserations to Scotland, finishing in 4th position. What a performance from Scotland. Just under a mark and a half behind Australia. Now, Felix Dulcie, the top performer in the all-around qualification process. All of the gymnasts that you see with a Q next to their name have made it into the all-around final. It is an 18-strong all-around final. A gymnast who has NR by their name is not ranked because 2 gymnasts from their own team finished above them. So that means we go down to Clayton Bell, who is in 22nd place. He has made it into the all-around final. And the 4th reserve is Asha Pua of Singapore. Now let us turn our attention to the apparatus qualifiers. Congratulations to the top 8. William Fu Allen is the first reserve, the New Zealander, by only 0.05 of a mark behind Josh Nathan of England. In the pommel horse qualification standings, commiserations to True Hagens. He misses out in 7th place because 2 Australians are above him. And that means that Adam Tobin of England is as the 9th best performer in the top 8, courtesy of that 2 per member association rule. The men's rings qualification sees William Emar at the top of the pack. René Cornoyer just misses out by 0.05 of a mark behind his own teammate Felix Dulcie as the 3rd best Canadian. And the first reserve is Marios Ioriu. Men's vault qualification, and it's Felix Dulcie 1/10 ahead of Luke Whitehouse. And congratulations to Sharul Amy of Malaysia and to Dr. Ewan McAteer getting in. We've got Clayton Bell in there as well. Henry Lewis is reserve 1. Parallel bars, and the only 14+ score, Alex Yolshin Cash of England. Jesse Moore is in. First reserve, Yurios Angonas. The men's horizontal bar qualifiers, the top 8. Well done to Alex Niscovianu, making it in just ahead of Ruben Ward. Cameron Lynn of Scotland, 4th best in qualification. And all of that wrapping up the qualification positions for the all-around final on day 3 of the games and the apparatus finals on days 4 and 5. The medal ceremony will be with you very shortly in the men's team competition, the first medal event at Glasgow 2026.